Good timing with the music there. Again, hello, and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion, and it is Monday. I'm trying to figure out where we are because I like the look of this place. We are looking at a window somewhere in... Oh dear, I cannot pronounce that, but I'm guessing it's somewhere in Russia. I saw a reflection that was creepy. I apologize, but I won't be able to read this, or will I? Let me copy this and translate it. Hello, cat. Happy Monday. Translate the tech language. It's Tver, Russia. Tver, Russia. I have no idea how to pronounce it, but yeah, this place looks awesome at night. I like it. Except I don't like it when people move around the camera. Just leave it still. Anyway, it's this place. Yeah, so hi, welcome in. Welcome to the stream. I am One Lion, and we are working on some work product stuff. This is actually our open source project that we work on Fridays. Still up on my screen. But we are actually over here getting the latest from the other computer that I was working on that I just did a commit from. And this project is part of that data import utility that I posted in chat. So the data import utility is the open source core library that drives the functionality for the feature that we're adding to the Rocky Mountain Arsenal code base stuff. Right, I've been using Control F5 lately because hot reload. Hello, Napalm. Okay, so I am running it. And I'll show you what it does. And I'll show you what progress I've made since Friday after the stream, which means this morning. And what I'm currently working on, what we're going to be working on today, the plan for the rest of the day, and hopefully we'll just get a lot of stuff done. So here is the login page. Obviously. Napalm says, today on What Grinds My Gears, GitHub Copilot plugin for Writer is way less capable than VS's. Really? I would have imagined it's the same service that drives it. If you are actually using Copilot and not just whatever other IntelliCode type of thing. So for example, I'm signed in, so it's using GPT-4o most likely. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Cotton. Okay. But here's the app. Okay, so the app, again, data import utility, you take a CSV or workbook, Excel workbook, and you import it into this tool. It gives you a way to transform the data coming in into a specific shape that we, the developers, will define in some way, shape, or form. That could be at runtime by the user picking the output type, or a hard-coded type. And in this case, it's a hard-coded type where I want it to look like this class object, which is the data transfer object for the records that are going to be uploaded into the database. So we picked a file. I just drag and drop because right now my folder is pointing to my thumbnails folder. I keep saying this over and over, but my folder is pointing to my thumbnails folder, and I don't want to change that because it's just too easy for me to pick the thumbnail for the videos by leaving it on there and never changing it. instead of having to dig for it every single time. And I do that more often than this. And here I'm just dragging and dropping from a folder location. So here is the import utility. Right now we are trying to map this specific Excel workbook to, as I mentioned, this specific C# class type, which is called rtrack upload model. And to do that, we need to map the fields from the imported file to our target file. Hi, Clay. Thank you so much for the lurk. I really, really appreciate it. Great stream earlier. I'm almost always hanging out on your stream. If you guys don't know Clayman Dev, he is a fantastic Unity developer working on a game called Epic Hero Game that looks like it's going to be so much fun. And he's always adding more, always improving things. Super smart guy. So much fun times on his stream. Check him out. Today he was working on adding magic spells. And as Dukasoft said in BitGamey's stream, adding magic wind. I saw a whirlwind type of effect going on. In his past streams, he was working on freezing, on ice spells and fire spells. And yeah, good times. But Kat said, well, I, on the other hand, tried to figure out my internet issue. There's a significant delay when using the browser every once in a while. Different Ethernet cable didn't help. Works just fine on live Linux. That's crazy that same machine, it sounds like. And a guest OS has better internet than your host OS. That's what it's sounding like you're telling us. It's always DNS. Right, Blazor Mr. Magoo, you are so right. Have you tried changing your DNS settings on your NIC in Windows or in your host machine? Oh, it's dual boot, sounds like then? Oh, live Linux you're booting through. Anyway, so on your main OS, set your DNS to Google's primary DNS 8888. That usually helps a little bit. See if specifying the DNS. Oh, you tried 111 and 8844. Yeah, try 8888. I don't think I've ever tried 8844, but I currently use 8888. It's always a browser extension. It's always DNS. It's always a browser extension. But Napalm earlier said service, sure, but all the niceties like the UI and buttons to do things per your prompt, etc. It's always behind. Ah, okay. Gotcha. So it's all of the function, the way that writer receives the information back from the servers and processes it and then does the actual work that is lagging behind the way that Visual Studio does it, and it's pretty nice. Boo. Works the same on Brave, Chrome, Edge. Cool. I get it. I get it, Napalm. Okay, so we have this showing. We have the configurator. I'm going to go ahead and load an existing template that I put together because I don't want to have to reinvent the wheel every time. So what I did was I loaded the template, which has all of the correct mappings from a previous session. And now we can preview those mappings and see all of the data. As you can see, I've implemented synchronized scrolling for both of the tables since they will, I need some way to indicate that this table is the preview output table, but because in every case each row is going to line up one for one, they're all going to be the same size because I told them all to no wrap, to do no wrap, so there will be no carriage returns, no nothing. Ooh, there will be no carriage returns. I can't guarantee that, but if it's printing out the content, it will print out in such a way that carriage returns still print out on the same line, because I'm not converting them into HTML BRs. BR. Other features that we have, I don't know if you saw, but when I loaded the template, we have a toast that tells us whether it's been successfully or unsuccessfully loaded. We have the show hide output preview. We have a way to save templates as new templates, as saving over existing templates. And then we have a way to upload the data to the server once the mappings have been made. The thing that I was wanting to do is when we are uploading, I want it to display some kind of I'm loading or I'm uploading the files. It's a little bit different than when we're loading templates because that happens relatively quickly. But the upload process itself takes a bit of time. So I want a full page loader while it's uploading the data and a toast message when it has either successfully or unsuccessfully completed. Yes. Okay. I'm doing something for Big Gamey real quick. Let's do nostalgia. Okay. All right. So we've come a long way. I've started. I was all out paying attention to Big Gamey's stream. We've come a long way. We are just now working on this full page loader is what I just said. So the way that I'm setting that up is I have some variables in my state class that determine when to show or whether the full page loader is showing or not. So that's this full page loader property, which is only set within this class. And a method to be able to show the full page loader where the loading message and the title will be optional. And those will get set here. And once we set up the full page loading parameters, then we will set full page loader equal to true since this property has a setter method that will notify property changed. Then our actual full page loader component that we started building, that you and I started building this morning, your energy was there, so I really appreciate it. That we started building this morning will be displayed because it's listening for property changes in UI state, specifically the property change for full page loader visible. All right, so there's the full page loader component. Okay, so here's our, it does too. You just need a rebuild. Here is our code for handling state property changes. Oh, it's not going to do a state property changed. It's going to do only a property changed. Really? That's probably what one of my main issues has been lately. Excuse me, set property. Do you notify state property changed? I'm gonna add notify state property changed property name. Wait. No, that's what notify property change does. So yes, it does do on notify state property changed. So never mind, it does invoke that. So we're good to go. Thank you so much for shouting out BitGamey. As mentioned, I am lurking on his stream. He doesn't know that I'm streaming probably. But I'm lurking on his stream trying to help him out with his bot. Yes, he is. He's trying to be helpful for you, BitGamey. No worries. That's the thing about a New York minute. It's just no getting it back. I want to be helpful. This is me multitasking. So like I'll be working on my work product in the mornings as well as listening in on TBD's stream, for example, first thing in the morning. And now semi-listening to BitGamey. Dukabot, is your bot are you able to log into your bot account manually and lurk on BitGamey stream? Because I don't think your bot is subscribed to him. To do song requests, this is Dukasoft bot. Dukabot soft. The lion sleeps tonight. Did you request that? Or did anyone? Yeah, okay. All right. So Terrier Terrier Darts requested. You don't think you can on the same PC? I use different browser profiles. So I have my main browser profile that I use for everyday stuff that I don't show on stream. I have the 2x Mix account, which is going to be One Lion Creative that I'm going to stream from. That has its own browser profile, and then I have the Bettercootie / Automated Roams profile. So all of them have their own login stuff, and so the 2x Mix account is in its own browser. Is it just me, or is anyone else as well? Whenever I see tech news, I go into depression. I don't watch the news. Like if I'm searching for information about current events in technology, I will search for specific topics like what's happening in augmented reality. Where are we at? Have we invented smaller wearables or even portable devices that we don't necessarily need to put on our face? So much tech news is just business reports. True. Very true. But anyway, hi, Fresh Meat. I hope you are doing well as well, also, along with, at the same time as. I'm doing good, my dude. I mean, I'm good, my dude. Tonka. All right. For whatever reason, when I am telling this thing to build, it is not actually building. So I'm gonna or not building, but resolving my symbols. So I'm gonna close and reopen the project since I did pull the new components in from GitHub. Visual Studio has had a lot of issues with having the Roslyn compiler recognize new symbols when you make changes externally, and then you pull those changes in to your existing session that's been open for like 60 hours because anyway, says Gilgamesh. So I guess, well, Gilgamesh, before we dismiss that, I did want to expand, and the reason that I don't watch news is because I am prone to getting extremely emotional over negative news. And so I don't subject myself to that because it's not helping anyone. So the short answer is yes, I would if I watched tech news on purpose. So it's not just you. And I'm assuming that any news that's being put out by news media sources are going to be sensationalized and usually negative geared, as opposed to positive news, because positive news doesn't sell as good. But I guess the other depressing aspect of watching tech news that isn't necessarily negative nor positive nor anything in particular, or trying to be anything, is it's not going anywhere. Like, technology seems to have slowed down. Even though we had that massive jump from when AI happened, everything is now AI, and there's so much dichotomy, so much split between the people that are like AI is the devil, AI is amazing, um, that that's all you hear about anymore. And so that's depressing, that the only thing you hear about is that aspect of it. It's depressing that we haven't had any breakthroughs in holographic technologies. There is some really, really cool tech news in the solar energy arena that I thought was like super duper cool. I forget what the name of the new cells are, or I guess they're not really new. They've been experimenting with them for at least 10 years. But there are some new solar panel cells that are more efficient at utilizing solar energy, or converting sunlight into energy. And so there's this kind of hybrid from what we currently have for solar energy to this other thing. What is the new solar tech called? Perovskites. Perovskites is the name of it. So I thought that this was super cool. But the thing is that this depresses me because we're still trying to create these types of technologies, which also have their own negative environmental effects in the manufacturing process, even though it's getting better, in the efficiency, in the cost, in the weight, all of that stuff, when we should really be focusing more on the thing that is coming and will happen, that we most likely already know about, but I won't say the buzzwords, so I'll just leave it at that. But President Not Sure said, yeah, I need a balance. I keep track of the headlines and sometimes a deeper dive on the political news so I know what's going on in general. I find some mainstream press to be less sensational than clickbait from social media influencers. Very true, but I don't find any, just out of bias, I don't find any mainstream media service to be any kind of reliable for getting information. There are some other news media services that I have utilized before that one of them is the one that compares, here's what this viewpoint says about it, what this news source says about it, and here's what this other news source says about that same topic, so that you get both sides of the story, but it's still polarized. And it's like, just give me the information without any what you guys think is the reason for it. Just give me the information, the details. And even then, I don't care about like certain topics. And then Gilgamesh continued saying, cat on my phone. Gilgamesh said, it's a vicious cycle to stay up to date in tech. As software engineers, we need to look out for but all news is your jobs are going away. If you're not watching news, we fall behind. I don't buy into that. That has not been the case for me at all. I don't watch the news, and I am not in danger of that. Like right now, probably because I'm streaming also to YouTube. Google is listening. I just got a spam message to one of my email addresses that is news that I never ever receive. Political news at that. It's like, this is why we should not hire or elect this person. Spam. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, and my phone as well. And again, I don't have a problem with that, by the way. We all know by now that certain services have certain consequences for using the services, and you are essentially opting in to allow that by continuing to use the service while knowing that it's happening. Which is really dumb when there's a monopoly and no alternatives. But yeah. So is it right? Who knows? I'm not arguing for or against whether it's right or not. It is header content, card header content. It is card header content. Okay, so if mapper state dot parameters dot title. So we need to see if the title is null or not. Not string is null or white space. The title, then we will display the card header. Otherwise, we will hide the card header. Card content, card header content, and we'll do it as a H3. And we'll print this out. Yeah, and I thought this was the case. I kind of remember running into this before, where I'm trying to put an if statement directly as a child of my templated card, but since my templated card isn't just expecting random child content, then it wouldn't know how to parse this. It's expecting specifically card header, card body, card footer content. So instead, what I'm going to do is put the if statement inside of my card header content and essentially say if my card header content is empty, doesn't have any content, then we will not display. We'll do display none. We'll do card body content. Card body content is going to have our spinner as well as the loader content, loader text. Are you not actually card text content? Okay. I'm not using Bootstrap or anything, so the Copilot suggestion here, it's kind of cool. I mean, I would use it. Oh my gosh, if it's going to allow me to, that is. But I want to use my component for the spinner plus the actual loading text. And actually, now that I think of it, I have a loader component specifically, which is Ivan Loader. And I think it actually takes a No, it takes a tooltip. I thought that it might have taken a text, but hello, 8 bits per play. President Not Sure says, ask why I don't have Amazon Alexa, etc. Without asking. But yeah, I'm like, there isn't anything that I don't think that highly of myself, I guess. That there is something that the listeners will steal from me, or I don't like, I understand the arguments against stuff like this. I am just saying that I don't care about it. Like, if the argument is someone is making money off of my information without my consent, without me um, giving them permission to, without me gaining any profit from it, oh no, oh no. Oh, I don't know how to express that. It's just, I don't care enough about it. I just don't. Show equals true. All right, I'm gonna have to not half listen to BitGamey, because it is, especially when I'm on this topic, I'm like really I'm trying to be careful about what I'm saying out loud about the topic, because I know that there are strong opinions for, against, different thoughts, different ways of viewing it, and I don't want to offend people that think that they're anyone who agrees with, or who is apathetic even about this type of thing happening, where large corporations are stealing your information and profiting from it. um, I'm not saying that it's an okay thing, I'm not saying that it's good, but I'm also not saying that we should expect any kind of privacy in the internet age. um, President Usher said, I'm less worried about them making money as opposed to the recording of private conversations could be used later against me. That's what, like, again, that's where I was saying that I guess I don't think highly enough about myself, where any of my private conversations are something worth bringing up against me. Like, something so important is going to happen to me that they're going to have to use these private conversations against me for. I just, there's nothing there. um, Mapper state dot load parameters loading message. We may as well call this loading message. Okay. 8-Bit says, honestly, some topics are safer to avoid on stream. It sucks, but sometimes those topics can cause a divide in chat. Yeah, and like, I want to respect you. That's the main reason that I wouldn't want to talk about controversial topics that are just so sensitive. But I am completely okay with talking about them. Talking about AI, the political and religious, and anything that would cause some kind of indication of uh, bias based off of race, ethnicity, nationality, place of origin, all of that stuff. Those are the types of things that I don't like to talk about. Yes, these two. Okay. And then 8-Bit says, avoiding some topics I think can be seen as a sign of respect as well. You're trying to respect people's opinions by not starting a heated debate. Correct and true. I agree with that. Yeah. Okay. So what should happen now, though, is when we are trying to upload.
I got a bad feeling about this.
I don't. I have a bad feeling. The thing is that I know my intent. Yeah. Like, again, I really, really want to respect you. I don't ever want to tell you to go away in any way, shape, or form. If there are topics that I'm bringing up that you aren't comfortable with, you can PM me. If you're not comfortable saying it out loud, just say, just direct message me on Discord or on Twitch, and let me know, dude. This is really making me uncomfortable. I want to be here on your stream, but this is one of those things where it would make me leave if you continued that conversation. But at the same time, I'm not super concerned about viewership. Never have been. I want you to be here, but I don't care about numbers. I want you to be here because you want to be here. President Not Sure said, I would amend that. I would only amend that to say heated, pointless debate, but otherwise agree completely. Cool. Yeah, like expressing differing opinions is an argument. I'm okay with that. As long as we keep it as these are our own opinions. I'm expressing my point of view. You're expressing yours. I will listen to yours. You'll listen to mine. And we are mutually respectful of each other's opinions, even if we disagree about them. All right, I'm closing that. Okay. Question is, does this button open a full page loader when we have a valid upload to make? And the answer is no, because I haven't written any code to do that. Apps. Okay, so in the toolbar, we should have an on click for the upload data, which we'll make sure is disabled in the UI when there is nothing to be uploaded. For example, when the mapping itself is invalid. So we can see here that there's a bunch of triangles that say you need to fix the value for this field. So this should be disabled. But of course, we aren't relying on the UI to do all of our validation. But, and this is a big one. No, it's not. We are trying to, yeah, so we're going to use this upload response to display an error if there is one. The handle upload clicked. This is where we are going to set the, yeah, so here's our upload response. And we actually don't need this to be an error message in the upload response. We can instead use our toast service to make a toast. And then just return. So it's really not an error that should be displayed in red text, that's static up here. It's just one of those temporary things that shows up. We push, oh, I guess we're never going to be, oh man, are we never actually going to be at this point? Because the dockable toolbar will not show unless, oh wait, did I change that? Refresh. No. Okay, the dockable toolbar will not show unless there is a data file and there is an active data table selected. And once the table loads, then the dockable toolbar shows up. So that shouldn't ever be the case. But here's just how we would show toast. Put it for 10 seconds instead of 15. I do want to fix the toast mechanism. I think I've shown you before that when a toast is currently showing and I make another toast show up, once either one of them times out, both of them go away. And they should be treated as individual toasts. So we'll get that fixed too. But for now, let's get here. Okay, so this is entirely possible. Hi, Foolish Snubble. As I don't have any viewers, I won't cause a divide in chat over my opinions. Also, hi. Predicted. Wait, I need the this message. Oh, I like these to be sentences in the actual message, please. Thank you. Okay, so this one is entirely possible. It may be that there were no field mappings set up yet. Therefore, we toast and say, no field mappings have been set up. Do that first and then try this. Otherwise, just go away. Go away. We are in state, so we're going to, this is where we're going to instruct the full page loader to show. Show full page loader. And we will do uploading data. And we could do a title of data upload in progress, but I think uploading data with the spinner should be good enough. Then, regardless of whether this is successful or not, the very last thing we want to do is hide the full page loader. So dismiss full page loader is the name of the method that I put for that. So we should at least see that functionality. I guess since we're here, we may as well go ahead and toast the success. Yeah, this is one of the one of the instances where Copilot is doing the opposite of what I want it to do. So in this case, if there was an error with the upload, I want that one to show up here in the space that I have for my error messages that persist on screen. So I don't want to just toast, or I don't want to toast at all when this was error. I do want to toast when this was successful. Oh my gosh, now it's not going to. Gosh, it really wants to toast when it fails. So we can see here that the success message doesn't show up for as long because there's not as much to read or to know about. I don't know, maybe we will keep the error toast for upload. So if I pushed upload now, we didn't get the loader. And it did successfully upload. We didn't get the loader because there isn't anything telling the loader to rerun. Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. Oh, wait. Why didn't we get the loader? Let's make sure that I actually did put the full page loader on in the layout. So we get a cascading parameter of the lab data import. If we didn't get a cascading parameter, then we will try to get it from our service container. If it isn't in our service container, we'll keep our own internal. But we should, at minimum, get it from our cascading parameter. So here is our layout. Took me an hour to find it. Interesting. Am I using dependency injection for this app? I mean, of course I'm using dependency injection, but am I using dependency injection to inject the lab data state? And that would be add UI services. Add state management. Lab data state. Add lab data services. Add lab data component services. And here it is. So I am setting up a lab data import state as scoped to use my implementation of lab data import state. Of course, this means that in test, I could create my own implementation that is specific for testing specific things to make it easier to test. If I was going to use this in a different application, then I could use a cascading parameter instead of injecting it as state. Yeah. You get the gist. All right. So yes, we are injecting it as state, which means that when our full page loader, that's probably what happened. Our data import layout is displaying the full page loader, but only if full page loader is visible, but there's nothing telling the data import layout to refresh when the value of the full page loader changes, full page loader visible changes. So in my code behind, I will listen for that property as well. Did I miss a parentheses? Oh. I put that in the wrong spot. I've got the best aim in the world. Okay, so what do you say now? Upload, full page loader visible. You're starting to slow down. Is it slowing down the stream? Okay, so we did get the full page loader visible. I don't know why it lagged like that, but it showed and then it disappeared when the toast showed up. So that's a good sign. I don't get why it's lagging before it shows up. We're gonna have to do some investigation. But as we also saw, the styling was not good. Styling was bad. So what we're gonna do is we're going to style it now, but first mini commit for setup. Full page loader component visibility. Yeah. And I just want to keep typing more and more words when you just read the code. Just read the code. You'll know. Okay. So in order to style this, I want the full page loader to show all the time. And in fact, do I really even want the full page loader in the data import layout to be behind an if statement? Because it can always be there because I'm handling whether it's rendering the card or not inside of the full page loader itself. So yeah, I think I'm just going to leave it like this. Same thing with the save as template dialog. No, because this is not handling it internally, but we might want to consider doing that. In fact, we will do it. Which probably means that we need a listener if it's not already set up. Property change, handle state property change. If property is equal to selected template ID, or what's the other one? Show save as template dialog visible. That's the method. This is the property. Wait, yeah, that's the method. Where's my property? It's right here. Save as template dialog visible. Right, because the show in front was a verb, and I only wanted to use verbs on my method name so that they wouldn't get confused with the property name, so that it'd be easier for me to know which one is the property and which one is the method. And there I go, completely messing that up. Okay, which means that you, dear friend, no longer need to be in an if statement as well. So that just cleans it up. That just makes it a little bit easier to read. TBD Gamer will be one of the first people to tell you he does not like C# code markup mixed in with the HTML markup, which is cool because that means that his UI will, or his Razor pages will be pretty simple and easy to read, as far as anything that's in here is just something that's going to be rendered to the DOM. But at the same time, there are instances where it makes sense to have, if this, then display this. If not this, then display this. Those kinds of things. So I don't know how you get away with not doing that in any kind of dynamic rendering language. Okay, moving on. Move. I looked over just in time to see a shout out clip for Dukasoft. We should see one on this screen too. If you didn't know, Dukasoft does stream, and he streams drone footage of flyovers from nearby locations. Oh, come on, load, Guru. Well, if you missed it here, you can definitely check it out on BitGamey's stream, or just head on over to Dukasoft's stream. He has a few clips that were made, and they're fantastic flyovers. Man, it is stuck. Are you gonna at least time out, Twitch Guru? Guru? Gosh. Broken. Where is my overlay for shoutouts? Is it in alert browsers? Is that where I put it? Studio mode. I'll show some drone footage. Nyan be like. I guess that's Nyanab. Alert browsers, maybe? Shoutout clips. Okay, let's refresh this thing. I wonder if I need to like re-log in and stuff, because it's been a long time since I've logged into Twitch Guru. You wouldn't think that the authentication token expires or anything. Whatever. Let's try it just one more time, see if it gets stuck again. There we go. There we go. Hey, this is the one where we get to see Dukasoft's real face. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe it isn't. No, this is just nice footage. Really nice footage. So yeah, check out Dukasoft's streams. Dukasoft's streams if you get the chance to see him when he goes live. If you want to know when he goes live, give him a follow. But again, drone footage, awesome music, great company, great chat interaction, just an overall good time on Dukasoft's streams. Okay, so the thing that we were gonna get ready to do is style the loader, full page loader. So this is just a refactor UI display components. So descriptive, but I'm trying to not be as descriptive as I usually am. Yeah, no schedule yet, but we'll try to yell in a few Discord servers. Cool. No pressure. It is always a pleasure to be able to catch when you stream. Yeah, no obligation, no pressure. At least not from me. From your other friends, though, I'm sure you get plenty. Let's go with this. Let's upload. Yeah, so the full page loader is still being laggy. It's almost like it's waiting for something else to get processed before going to that method. But again, we'll clean it all up. We'll make sure that it works well. And I am getting more and more latency issues when I'm using the same browser, relaunching the application. And for example, this scroll functionality on mouse over stuff, or actually on mouse enter stuff, is really, really laggy. And yeah, I don't know. I really don't get it. Wakarimasen desu. But we'll get it all cleaned up. It'll be nice. It'll work. The good thing is that the lag only happens in that component. It happens on the whole app. I thought it was only on that component. Yeah, so it lags the entire application. And it's specifically going to be when we're running in WASM because there's only one UI thread. And it's not really interrupting the UI thread when I mouse over so many at the same time. Even though it should be. But it's not. Okay. Styling the loading window. I will not be super distracted. I will just be slightly distracted. The way that we're going to do that is we're going to set mapper load visible equal true by default. Oops. Why did you... In the implementation of the iLab data mapper state, data import state, whatever. That way, when we refresh, we will be seeing it. That's weird though. My full page load, oh, right. Okay. So let's also add a default value for loading message. Can we have property initializers in a struct? We cannot. Okay. Well, that brings something else up then. If the loading message is null, the only thing that we would show is the loader, the spinner, which is fine. That is entirely valid. So let's style it for that case, and then we'll do an operation that will give us some text in a minute. But for now, let's just style this for just the loader. Do I need to import some CSS? Is that why the loader itself is not displaying? We have a div inside of a P, and we saw on TBD Gamer's stream, which I've said his name like 16 times now, so shout out to TBD Gamer, fantastic .NET developer, working on Liquid Sky, at shout out, working on developers.stream, so check out his content for different ways of doing web development. Element type, dang it. Hello, Zons. And one day, Zon said that they're going to stream, which is going to be a fun times. Have you decided what you're going to stream yet? Not necessarily whether you are or aren't going to stream yet, just what you're going to stream. Gosh, why? The energy TBD Gamer puts into doing Kafka or for a side hustle outside his day job is inspiring. Wish I had the energy, says Napalm. So inspiring. So true. Absolute. But again, the side hustle is intended to be a serious project, so I mean, it makes sense. He is treating it as such. All right, so Zahn says I'd stream building a startup, both product and marketing. My stack is C#, Next, React Native. Awesome. And speaking of TBD Gamer, hello TBD Gamer. We just did a shout out for you. Talked a little bit about Liquid Sky and developers.stream. I believe he is going to be not be able to stream for a couple of days because of various appointments and things, real life stuff. But give him a follow so that you know when he does go live. And then Zahn says, I'm previously a VC backend startup founder, so I think some things might be valuable to share. Absolutely. Yeah, you can stream anything you want and it will be valuable to someone somewhere. But in your case, I mean, in this case, it's sounding like it's going to be something more widely valuable to a larger audience. Okay, so the thing that I was talking about though was that my card text is rendering as a p tag and it really should be rendering as a div. And I think it's because in my templated card dialog component, I am using the switch on card text because my card component itself, card component, when you add a, well, I guess we'll go ahead and that when you add a card text to the card body, you can choose the element type that you want on it. And so in my templated question dialog, I have manually chosen element type dot p. When really I need this to be a div so that I can have other nested divs inside of it. But like, I didn't think that having it be a div was gonna, or a p tag was gonna have issues with being able to render. And in fact, Copilot just did this for us. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Move this namespace up here. And this also means that we're gonna need using dialog. We're just gonna, instead of going to the Armits component library, so Armits was the name of the organization within the Rocky Mountain Arsenal that it's the team, the Records Management and Information Technology Services team. And that's what I was a part of. And so I named everything Armits blah. Dialogue. Oh gosh. Okay. What am I trying to say? We're going to make a templated dialogue. And in that templated dialogue, we're going to manually put this card instead of using the templated card dialogue that is currently using the p tag for the card text. All right, moving things around. Done. Okay, let's see what this renders as. All right, so card text, yeah, so it didn't hot reload, or I didn't save according to that. I could have sworn I saved. Okay, so now tell me what card text is rendering as, please. Card body, card text, and card text is rendering as a div. Perfect. So since we're now using a card and card is expecting if statements, or is the main content of a card is a single render fragment child content, we can use if statements out here So if not string is null or white space, I will respond to you guys in a couple seconds. I see a message from TBD and some messages from Napalm. I will respond. Null or white space. Pasta. Wrong way. This way. Okay. So we will only add the card header if there is a card title. I think I might know an issue that can happen, which is we're going to add multiple card headers if we change the title while it's visible, which is entirely possible. But we'll see that if we get to that point. Okay, so right now the card header is still rendering with an empty title. If not string is null or white space title, then probably because it rendered from the last run. Oof. And now it's not even rendering the body content. So this should be our full page loader, right? And I do want to make sure that I can identify this in our DOM as a full page loader. So let's add CSS. Excuse me, templated dialog. Where are all of my properties? Okay, additional container CSS would be full page loader container. Actually, we're just going to call it, well, we'll call it full page loader container, sure. Because I'm probably still going to put this inside of a wrapper so that I can use isolated CSS to style it. But first, let's get back to chat. So TBD Gamer came in. TBD Gamer came in. Napalm says, just was talking about how inspiring you are, sir. And then TBD says, to Zons, I'm both scared and excited by the idea of hitting all the naive moments as I start to consider an actual product release. So yeah, your insights into the process will definitely be valuable to someone like me. And then to me, TBD says, I appreciate your insights, by the way. I will be paying as close attention as possible to components, etc. as I watch. Thank you for your input this morning. Not a problem. And I will just reiterate one last time verbally so that you can hear me say it. And hopefully I'll say it less often because I know you know. But any opinions that I express on your stream do not have to be heated. They don't need to be integrated. I won't get upset if you don't find them to be helpful. You don't find them to match your coding style. But they are information so that you have it and you can weigh whether or not you want to use that approach or integrate any portion of that approach from 0 to 100% of it and anywhere in between. So just want to let you know that you don't have to kindly refuse any opinions that I express. You can just say, that doesn't make sense to me, I won't use it. Or just not even acknowledge it. Completely okay with that. All right, so we don't need that extra container for you. That's extra div soup. So, okay, I think I see what's happening. It is rendering the card body with the card text, but the card text is empty, even though it should be rendering our loader. And I guess that was the question that I was asking is, does our loader actually have content and styles? So our loader has content. It has our loader wrapper and the loader itself, but no styling, which means that this page needs additional styles to be loaded. There are a few ways that we can do that. Not even this page, this specific component. If I wanted to, on a per component basis, I could add a head content since I have a head outlet in my app.razor. So you get an app.razor for free when you create a new Blazor web app project, and it's typically scaffolded with a head outlet and then chooses the render mode that your application is currently running in to load the head content. So that, or yeah, to load the head content. So that means that in any component, you can add something like link rel style sheet href equals, and in this case, it would be content armits Blazor loaders Ivan loader.css. CSS. Maybe I have it in an extra CSS folder. Anyway, the path to your CSS that you want to load, but only on this page. The issue, or in this component, the issue is that if you have multiple head contents, then the most recent one to render will be the one that replaces all other head content. So there isn't like a placeholder for existing head content. So the place that you would most likely see something like this is directly on a page. So another place that we could do it is in the actual data import page, this one. And then we can dynamically load our Ivan loader CSS on this page. I bet you I didn't link to the right to the right thing. So here we can see that it's loading, or that it added it to my head content here, and it's wherever you put that head outlet that it's going to appear. And I put it before all of my other CSS because cascading style sheets. I want my main application styles to take precedence, which are way down here. And then here's my isolated CSS, which takes more precedence over my global app styles. So yeah, if I'm reading the pattern for the way that I have my CSS imports, then the, and I'll tell you about this third option here that I will use. Then the CSS that I want is going to be in underscore content armits Blazor dot whichever library project I want slash CSS slash, yeah, the name of the thing dot, I guess min is what I left off, dot CSS. So I did do it right. It's just the library is probably not called loaders, even though I thought it was. Let's find out. It's singular loader. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? And it is Ivan loaders.min.css. So I did both of those backwards. The library is called loader, and the CSS file is called loaders. Okay, so we should now see the loader on screen, and there it is. Awesome. That's not the loader that I wanted to pick. We'll update which loader in a second. So I have a whole bunch of loader styles. The loader styles, by the way, if you're interested, come from a code pen that someone put together named Ivan, and I have notes on here for where it came from. Let's go to overview, general documentation, Blazor training samples, load here. So this code pen here has a million billion CSS loaders that you can use. And so I pretty much took all of these, made them into CSS loader classes, and made them available. Like, you don't even have to look at the JavaScript at all. None of them use JavaScript. They're all CSS loaders. So I essentially took all of these, made them into classes that matched these classes, and said, here's a component that if you tell it you want this enum type, it will translate to adding this class to the loader itself, including any HTML structure that it might have needed. So, okay. Because I want to be able to use my head content later, or maybe I find that the only place I am using my head content is in the data import page, then it doesn't really matter where I put this because the data import page is the only singular page that exists. However, if I'm using another application for this library, then I don't want to have a head content that overwrites any other head content that might have been set in the other application. Does that make sense? Probably not. So right now, the application is living in a separate sample application. The data import page lives in the library for the data import thing itself, feature. And I could put this inside of an application called rtrack. And so that may mean that I'm putting the actual page content itself in another page. Like maybe they didn't want to use my routing name. They being me in the future, or maybe they didn't want to use this entire structure itself and just wanted to add it piece by piece. Then instead, what I'm going to do is put the import in this sample application in here, and I'm going to use something that doesn't always work with all browsers. If we look at can I use for defer on a link element, can I use? Then we'll see that there is still some, it's mostly covered now. Unless, yeah, okay, so this is on scripts. I need the defer for CSS. That's an SVG. There's a defer that you can use on SVG elements. Oh, but that is super not supported. Yeah, I know that it can be used on script. There are some issues with using defer on a CSS link, but it's not going to harm the application's performance, loading performance. Because all of these CSS files are relatively small, we don't have to worry about it too much. Okay. So we got rid of the CSS head content in the page itself. We added it to our app.razor, which is where all of our imports happen. If you're making a Blazor WebAssembly only, so a client side only, doesn't have any server side, it's a static page, for example, or a static web app, for example, then you'll have an index.html file that you'll put these in. But from .NET 8 and above, I think it was 8, you will have an app.razor page that all of these go in. From .NET 7 and before, you had an underscore, or I guess even that changed. You had an underscore layout.cshtml page when you were doing Blazor server. And from before that, you had just the, oh, what was the one before that? I can't even remember that anymore. It was so long ago. Hey, DDMS. So this is one thing that I am completely okay with hearing gripes about. It's just like, why would you change the templates so drastically between .NET versions? And yes, they are major version updates, and therefore you're allowed to make major changes like that, but at the same time, it's so annoying. Okay, so there's the underscore layout. Oh, so underscore layout was the original. There is one more that happened from .NET 7. Do I have, or maybe .NET 5 even, .NET 6. Do I have any projects? We can show them. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. I wasn't ignoring it, I promise. rtrack is still old. Old. What about water management? Did I build you as a .NET 8 app? I think I built you as a .NET 8 app. Yeah, app.razor. I don't think that I have any that use the. There was underscore layout.cs HTML and one other one that I can't think of. One other change that happened before going to everything is a Blazor component. Hastrack? He's still gonna keep looking. I don't have a server-only version of Hastrack because it is a PWA. I should have known. Should have known. Should have known. Last one I'm going to check. RMA chain of custody. Yep. Components. Pages. Yeah, this one has app.razor. What? That doesn't make sense. Was I already starting to turn you into a .NET 8 project? Did I already change you into a .NET 8 project? I don't have any other branches that are indicating that this is .NET anything other than 8. What? I already converted this project to a .NET 8 project and published it. I don't remember doing that. Oh dear. This must have been what I was working on. Oh, publish failed though. This must have been what I was working on just before we got the request to do this template engine thing. There's worse things to forget you've done. Oh. I really, really hope that I have a note on what I was most recently working on, because I'm not going to remember otherwise. So there's chain of custody. Yes, it was, because I'm moving S-Track into chain of custody. So S-Track is still a WinForms, I guess it's C# now. Are you at least a C# WinForms app? Or did I leave you as VB? That's the upcoming one. So S-Track Lite is a VB. VB WinForms app still. Using .NET Framework 4.7.2. Yes. Beautiful. Good times. Oh dear. And when I was creating you, did I create you as a .NET 8 project? Server only? No, if I have a server only and a WASM separate projects, then that means that I created this using a different version of .NET. For example, .NET 6. So this one should have underscore host.cshtml. That's what I was looking for. So we always had this underscore layout.cshtml, but for some reason in .NET 5 or 6, they added this underscore host.cshtml that only has this in it. That starts everything up. Why? Okay, what were we looking at that for? I learned last week that existing without LAN, without pain, is good times. Why were you in pain before last week? Is it something that could have been avoided? Is it something that could not have been avoided? Oh man, that sounds terrible. Ugh. anything to do with the eyes. No, I'm not reading that out loud. So anyone that's interested in what happened to Snobble, feel free to read chat. I mean, even if it was minor, eye stuff. I am not a fan. Oh, and by the way, person that followed a few minutes ago, I don't have names showing for who follows, just in case you want to follow because you want to know when I go live, but you don't want to talk or anything or be called out. So just letting you know that if you do want your name to be shouted out or spoken out loud, then just feel free to chat. And I will acknowledge you there. No, I don't. Hilarious. That was awesome. You get 80 points for that. Snubble says, but after I got a nice proactive lens, I was kind of a high by just not experiencing pain. Yes. Well, thank you. You do too. I try to be respectful, treat people that way. I don't know if you know about the community that we are a chain part of individually. But like I guess maybe language wise, Irish John Games isn't the best one to shout out as having the same kind of attitude as me, but he really does just see all people as deserving respect. And I really, really appreciate his streams and the way that he approaches his community on his stream. So there's Irish John Games, there's Dukasoft, of course, there's Big Gamey, Thindle, all of the people, TBD Gamer, all of the people that are part of this community, I would say have a similar kind of each person deserves respect kind of thing. So yeah, I think they all have great personalities. Okay, we are styling, we are ghetto styling this spinner. And to do that, I'm going to switch to my compact form. Did I actually make one with the tabs across the top? No, this one doesn't do tabs. Well, that's fine. I can switch it to tabs on top. Okay, so oh my gosh, that's not helpful. Let's keep all of our tabs on the same row so that we don't get that issue. And the thing that was terrible. That was so bad. The thing that we want is to figure out, one, why isn't my dialogue taking up the whole screen when it should? That is part of my normal dialogue styling. Dialogue container should be display inline block. What's going on here? Oh, class contains loader dash. And here we have full page loader container. And so it's selecting this, and it's not a loader wrapper. So that style for display inline block applies. So I cannot call that. Yeah, Thindle was sick all last week. I don't know if he's recovered. I haven't heard from him this week yet. I haven't seen him lurking on anyone's streams, but hopefully he is. Hopefully he's doing well. And hello, Saramo. What does my t-shirt say beneath for what I... Oh, it says, let's go big head mode. Big head mode. Oh gosh, we're using XSplit for big head mode? That's bad. Okay. Can you see? Oh gosh, this screen. He's still not 100%, sadly. I'm only responsible for what I say, not for what you understand. Again, all of my shirts are meant to be comical, no offense intended. They're usually intended to be ironic. Okay, the thing we're looking for is our CSS for the loader. I could have. Oh, I haven't created an isolated CSS file for it yet. So we need this to be named something else. We can't have it called loader container. We'll just call it full page loader. Can we call it that? Hot reload had an exception. Thank you, hot reload. We were talking about you in TBD stream earlier. I take that as an offense. I apologize for any offense it may have caused. If you want, I can go and change my shirt. But it's just going to be another one. It'll probably be the just pretend I'm not here, that's what I'm doing shirt. Okay. Did I hit control? I didn't hit control F5. Ooh. Oh, we are getting somewhere, right? I keep trying to open this to see if it's a new Visual Studio update because there are tons of quirks that are going on in Visual Studio that I'm not happy with. Like, when is 7.13 coming out? And is 7.13 going to fix all of the issues that I'm having? Chances are no to both. Just no. But that's okay. I do love using Visual Studio. I am more in love with using the tool than I am frustrated with it. Okay, good. So here's our dialogue appearing correctly. And now that I fixed the class name on here, we can start to prepare the styling for this one. I see a lot of Link. Must be a Zelda fan. You see a lot of Link on my stuff? Or do you mean Link? It was a pun. It was a pun. I'm slow, if you couldn't tell. When it comes to comedy and punniness. Oh, Link Rells. Okay. So yes. Even worse. I thought you were punning off of me using a lot of Link, and you're saying, oh gosh. This is what you should be offended by, is me not getting your joke. Oh. Okay, we're gonna put this in a wrapper so that I can do isolated styling, CSS styling on it. Because otherwise we won't be able to. We're gonna put a class selector on it. And we're gonna call it full page loader wrapper, and then have exactly the same issue that we had before, which is it's going to collapse itself and put it. Actually, it's not, because I am making the dialogue itself pop out, so it's fine. The loader wrapper is still going to take that style selector of if it is anything that contains loader dash, it will make it display inline block. Yeah, so this. So it still does take that class, but because the content inside of it is display fixed or position fixed, it doesn't care. It doesn't care. Here goes some better jokes, other than the ones that I try to make. We get 2 dad jokes for the price of none. Dad joke number 1 from Otherbot says, "Why did the M&M go to school?" because it wanted to be a smarty. And the other bot says, I'm so good at sleeping, I can do it with my eyes closed. Tukasoft says, I liked your jokes. Reticulate says, you aren't slow. I am. I'm slower than I want to be. By choice. Because it's a ego trait that I like to hold on to. That I don't get regular social jokes easily. And 8-Bit said, better than someone making a dark joke and no one laughing at it. That's kind of, yeah. I agree. Okay, so we're going to do some isolated CSS on this. To do that, we create a code behind, or not a code behind, but an isolated CSS file. I like to use Sass. So I will name the file whatever the name of the component is, full page loader.razor. And if you just wanted to make a regular isolated file, you would just call it .css. But since I'm using Sass, I will call it .scss. And I'll put it down here. And since I have the web compiler extension installed, this one here, then in order to turn this SCSS file into a CSS file and a .min.css file, I will push Alt-Shift-Q, as in quirky, and that will generate for me. Oh, they showed up here. The .css and the .min.css files. It does a whole bunch of adding it to this compiler config. We could customize the compiler config to output to a different place. Like my main application styles, I usually have go to www.root.css or /css. Whatever the name of it is, app.css. And then there are other default configurations that you can set inside of the compiler config.json.defaults, such as in whether to minify or not out of the box, whether to use relative paths, all the things. And then, of course, you can override those. They're called defaults for a reason, and that's because you could override the options in a specific rule. So I think Web Compiler is really, really powerful for being able to write CSS as either regular Sass or SCSS. I believe this also does other transpilations. Oh, and less. Right. So anyway, I like using Sass. Is the long and short of it. Okay, we are farmers. Here. I thought that I told you to not be on multiple lines. Oh, it's because I have pinned, right? So never mind. You're okay. I did not mean to yell at you. So we're going to do some targeting for our component, and I like to use specificity when I target. So here is our container class that we're targeting. Then inside of that, we have a nested child component, and the only way that I can target that in an isolated CSS file is by using this : deep keyword. And that's why I needed to put it inside of a separate container. So the templated dialog creates its own container. However, I wanted to restyle the templated dialog in this component that I'm using the templated dialog in, so I needed to put it in a container. I could have alternatively put it in a text container that doesn't really render as anything. It doesn't get a class. It just becomes a container, in which case I could just target : deep from here. But it just doesn't look good to me. And it's not as descriptive of what we are actually trying to do. Okay, so there is my selector, and then we're going to get to the full page loader itself so that we can override the styles. And 8-bit says, all right, have a good day. Gotta head out to focus on level design and art time. I hope you enjoy it so very much. I'm going to be going for another couple of hours, and we're gonna get a million billion things done. And then, I don't know, I was debating whether to do my first trial one-line creative stream, just for the fun of it. So after my normal workday, when I end my streams, I move to messing around with music, sound design, all of those types of things. And then on Friday, was it? We were just talking a little bit about Vital, which is a tool that it's an oscillator frequency, I was going to call it a frequency management tool, frequency generator tool. So you get 3 oscillators, you get a whole bunch of filters, you get pretty much this kind of pipeline for generating a sound. And I've been playing around with that a lot. But what I've been doing lately with my music time is finishing up the process that I have been doing, which is I've generated music using Suno, which again, that's one of those topics that if you do have an opinion, feel free to voice it. You don't like AI generated creative arts types of stuff, totally okay. The way that I'm using it is to learn patterns and how to mix and produce songs that already exist. So what I do is I have it generate the song, and then I break it down and sequence it myself, compose it, arrange it, all of those things, and mix and master. That way I get the practice. So you won't see me claiming any of the music as my own or anything like that, or look at how good of a creator I am, because they're not my original pieces or anything. So hopefully that is a little more acceptable to people, that I'm not trying to do this as a look at how good I am at creating this type of music. It is all, I'm just learning. I'm just using it as a tool to learn. So there's that. But I'm almost done with that song, with mixing and mastering. I performed the vocals myself. I'll be performing the bass line myself, which is really easy. It's just like 3 notes. And I'm hoping to one day pull up my drum rocker drum set and perform the drums myself as well, and any other guitar parts, and keyboard parts, of course. So I want to perform it all myself instead of just sequencing it. One day I'll be able to do that. And then the overall goal is to be able to create my own inspired pieces. I won't call them original either, because everything that I do creatively is inspired by something I've experienced. So anyway, so point is, I'm debating whether to stream, which would take away my time from finishing that up, which is what I want to do more. But I also want to keep doing deep dives and learning more about how to use Vital, how to use GMS, how to use any of the oscillator plugins that you could find that are free to do sound engineering, because I love it so much. Okay, enough about that. We need to keep targeting things. So let's go down into the dialog container. Again, for specificity purposes, I am going to target dialog container dot full page loader. That way, anything that is already styling dialog container will get overridden by these styles because they are more specific. And then finally dialog, which of course, I don't know why I did this, but I have a style attribute on my dialogue container, or on my dialogue element, with a fixed background color. Which doesn't make any sense whatsoever, because style attributes are a lot harder to override than cascading styles, obviously. So component library is going to be fixed eventually. Okay, so we have a dialogue. That is this thingy here that you can see with the black background. Because this is just a loader container, right now I think it has a minimum width set on it. So we want to set the we have a fixed width set on it. So we're going to set width to unset, and we're going to have a min width of something like 40 characters, for example. Do the thing. Ah, right. The thing about CSS autosync and creating new isolated CSS files. So in Visual Studio, I don't know how this works in Writer or in Visual Studio Code, but for CSS autosync, you have an option in the toolbar that will let you tell the browser which things you want to hot reload. Browser link is the thing that enables CSS hot reload, they're calling it now. It used to be called CSS autosync. But CSS hot reload, if that's not turned on, then you can push this button to manually push the changes to the browser if the browser's able to receive those. But at the same time, if you have just created an isolated CSS file, then what that actually does is it updates your isolated CSS bundle, the thing that you actually import in app.razor. Right here. So this file here needed to get regenerated based off of the new isolated CSS file that got added. That said, it needed to recompile completely, rebuild, and refresh, and now we're going to be able to get our CSS autosync to work consistently. I say consistently, but I don't mean it. I pray for it. I pray for consistency in CSS autosync, in hot reload, in all of the technologies. I didn't used to have it before, so when it doesn't work, I'm not angry at it. I'm just annoyed that they created this feature that's a bit unstable and unreliable and pushed it so hard. Okay, let's just verify that this is working. We're going to try to set the background without needing to do bang important. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, so yeah, because we have that inline style, doing anything with the background of the dialogue will require, at least for now, using that bang important unless and until I update the component library for cards or for dialogues to not have that inline style. I really don't know why it's there. It was one of the first components that I did make, and it was based off of a tutorial from Blazor in .NET Core 2.2 preview, I want to say. Yes, Dukasoft, you are important, and don't let anyone else tell you anything different. I used AI to create a song for my girlfriend. She started crying. I hate it now. That's terrible. Okay, so to style this, when it doesn't have text inside of the card loading message, So we need to target the... Oh, I guess inside of here, we now have to traverse the card structure. Because again, we have the dialogue component, but that dialogue component has child content that is a card. And that card currently only has a body because we didn't specify a title, but if we did specify a title, it would also have a card header. But we're looking for the card body. I'm going to go ahead and put the stub in for card header because we know that we're going to want to target the card header eventually. And then card text inside of that card body. So again, I'm going for specificity here. And what I'm looking for in this is that title. So I should have a span loading message. And if that loading message element does not have any content, what is that? Is or empty? Empty. Then I want it to be display none. And just like that, this thing gets a display none right here. And that way, when I'm styling this, so if I'm using flex on card text, which we will be doing, and I place this in the center, we won't have to worry about any padding or anything that we may add to loading text or loading message that may affect the center placement of this spinner. TBD Gamer says, I dislike how my brain functions. I spent all weekend getting stuff in Liquid Sky and I can't switch it off. But I've got work to do, but the work is far less interesting. I know the feeling. You aren't alone in that either. Okay, so since we are gonna most likely customize the styling for the message text, I will add a nested rule so that we can put our base rules for loading message and our specific rules for when loading message is empty. Okay, so card text. Card text is going to have a padding of some amount. Let's just try a 2 pix padding. Not 2 pix, 2 rem padding. And we want the icon, the loader spinner. What are you called? What's your class? Loader wrapper. We want the loader wrapper to be font size. And this, wait, I think I have a custom CSS property for font size. Hello, Clip Show. Yay, someone that still uses SASP and no Tailwind. I actually don't use any CSS libraries. I strongly recommend using CSS libraries if you are not someone that focuses on UI design and you're just not as intuitively good or even practiced good. I don't think that I am anywhere near a designer level, but I still prefer not to fight with a CSS library. Let's go ahead and set our card text to be display flex. I'm one of those potatoes. Love the use of preprocessors. Awesome. Yeah, CSS 3 supports nested class selection. I do hope that there will be a preprocessor that compiles to CSS 3. I think it's CSS 3. I could be completely wrong. It's probably another version that's coming out and not there yet. But I don't like the syntax because I've already grown accustomed to SCSS. So we're going to do display flex. We're going to align item center. And we're going to justify content center. That's going to be tough because when I'm showing the loader and the loading message side by side, I don't want each of their contents to be center. So we're going to do justify content flex start. That way they are in left to right languages left aligned with a gap. And I guess min width 40 was way too much. So we're going to do min width 20. That way, when the loader wrapper is the only element there, we could do a width of 100%. Even if the loading message is not empty, when the loading message is not empty, it will still squish down. It won't take up the whole row, I don't think. Actually, you know what? Let's just see how wide it is now. Border. Solid. Gosh, what am I doing? Border 1 pick solid. Clipshow says, is this a personal project you are building? This is actually a work product. So I work at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, where some chemical environmental disasters happened. And we had a large cleanup effort that spanned about 30 years. It got cleaned up. Everything is now, it used to be the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, but now it has been opened up as a National Wildlife Refuge, which shows how much effort was put into this cleanup, that they're able to be a refuge, especially one that has so many different species of birds and deer and bison. Or I guess it's only like a couple species of bison, but still lots of stuff. A black-footed ferret, for example, which one of our servers is named after our most famous black-footed ferret on the arsenal. Some foxes, kawaii, some owls of different varieties. We got to see some burrowing owls not too long ago. That was so cool. Anyway, so I work for them, and the applications are intended to monitor the water and soil quality to make sure that there aren't any chemicals that are rolling off of the arsenal and getting into the main water supply. We will be alerted if there are any chemical detections that are higher than they should be. We have to do regular and recurring EPA or environmental agency reports to include reports to the EPA. And so these applications all are in an effort to maintain the clean environment and efforts that were done. Yeah. So that's us. But this application in particular is something that helps us to import data. I was talking about how we monitor the certain chemical levels of certain chemicals in our soil and water. We do that by taking samples throughout the arsenal and sending those samples to a lab, and the lab will perform the analysis on them and send us back the results. We used to only use one lab for that, but now we are using various labs, and those labs do not send us information back in the same format that the first lab, the only lab that we used, did. And so this tool is just to be able to transform whatever they give us into whatever our database is expecting. And Dukasoft says, I use Bootstrap and fight it with my own CSS. Exactly. I don't want to fight libraries. Same thing with component libraries, mostly because I enjoy making components. Even if it is reinventing the wheel sometimes, I really enjoy making components. So yeah, we're going to monitor this. I'm going to make it width 100%. And then we're just going to do text align center. Actually, you know what? Gosh, what am I thinking? We can just make this also display flex. And that way it'll grow and shrink as needed. And then we'll line item center, justify content center. Nope, that didn't work. So yes, we will have to do with 100%. Anyway, I also am learning how to type. Reticulate says, just start your own CSS file and begin a new framework. No thanks. No thanks. Like I did make my own component library that I just threw together for this effort. Like it was when I was learning Blazor. So it's not a great library. And then I open sourced the library itself. I intend to update it, but as you can see, the last time that I really did anything to it was about 3 years ago. But a lot of these components I still use in my work product. My work product component library is more up to date than these because I do use it often. But at the same time, they're still not great. They're not the best component library. Other component library, if you are going to use a component library, I recommend using other component libraries that are well established and do a better job than my component library. If you want to see some open source components for some ideas on how to build your own component library, definitely feel free to take a look at this. Use any of it that you want, whatever. Not that it's a great library and you're going to be like, oh, I need this. But it does give you some indication of maybe some things you hadn't thought about. Okay. I'm tired of seeing this loader. I want the other loader. I think it's 33. And again, since I got this from a code pen, we have that code pen. Oh no, definitely not 33. We have that code pen that we can look at and just be like, well, the actual loader that I wanted was, which one of you? Probably 5. Yeah. I just wanted one of these typical loaders. Reticulate says, remember when everything was done by hand? No frameworks, no templates, just a blank page. I do remember that. TBD says, I'm getting older. I have to be mindful of the battles I take. True. I mean, I don't. I can be a million years old and still fight battles at random because it sounds fun. Oh, I love this one though. I love the sonar blip. So anyway, we're using 5. And there we go. So obviously it's a little too small for what I want it to be for. Actually, wait. The one that I really want is an hourglass. Do we have an hourglass? Okay, we don't have an hourglass. I would either need to create it myself or find someone that already has one. That's so weird. You would imagine that one of the spinner loaders would be an hourglass that flips over. Okay, weird. I use this one in DDMS for indicating that indexing is happening. So DDMS is a document management system. All of those reports and stuff that I told you about need to go somewhere. So they get put into a document repository that we keep pretty much every document we've ever generated over the past 70 years or however long it's been. And I mean that literally, like 70 years literally. Loader 37 looks like an automated realms loading spinner. True. I would use this for automated realms products. But when users upload documents, then those documents need to get indexed, and I have a Signal R process that uses RabbitMQ to get index job requests, and then that runs as a separate process, but it sends a Signal R message to the Signal R hub to tell any clients that are connected that indexing is in process. I mean, that is what, since you're new here, Reticulate, Automated Realms is my company that I haven't done much with the site yet, but I will. But it at least has my logo on it. So you can see why TBD was saying that. I like the Atom one. Yeah, I like a lot of these. For a professional product, I try to use ones that make sense for the product itself, for the action that's happening. But a lot of these I would just use for commercial products. Like if I were to update my website and put some cool stuff in there, I would definitely use some of these other loaders. But again, all credit to Ivan, aka at Vanco on codepen.io for making this. This has been extremely helpful for me. Yeah, these are not mine. These are not mine. Check them out here. I just put them into a Blazor component. And I put in here everywhere credit to the source, of course. Highly, highly encourage using that. Okay, so we changed it to that. I want it to be bigger, and I think if I structured this correctly, I have a CSS custom property that I can change, and that'll affect the height and width of. Okay, maybe it's just using font size to begin with. So let's do font size. Yes. Oh no, that spinner does not like to be centered at this font size. No, I don't want a warbly spinner. It's so weird because it looked fine at the smaller font size. Let's do a different one. Again, I want something that is still professional application. And I'm afraid that all of these are going to have the same issue. But let's take a look at 3 to see if it warbles. No, it doesn't. All right, we're keeping. I can't tell. I don't think it does. Anyway, we're keeping that one. It might be too big when we add text, but so far so good. I like saying it that way, by the way. Okay. We want a. Isn't there card content or dialogue content? Am I missing one layer? Dialogue card? No. Okay. So we're good. So, oh, I was missing a layer though because card. Okay, so here's card, and on card, I would like our overflow to be clip and our border radius to be, I don't know, 1.4. No, just 0.4 rems. Bloop. Why didn't my borders take? It's because the dialogue itself is the thing that we want borders for. So this is one of those instances where I do want to change the background color of the dialogue itself to be transparent, but because the dialogue, the way that I rendered the dialogue in the component library has this inline style, I have to perform a great sin and use exclamation point important. But even then, the shadow is on the card, so maybe I don't need to do that. Let's just go ahead and do border radius 0.4 rem here. Excuse me. I don't think you need to do vendor prefixing as much anymore, especially if you know what browsers your users are using and if they're all supported. If they all support the property you're using, then you don't have to worry about it. Gosh, it still looks like it's wobbling up and down a little bit. I don't know if it's just me. It's so hard to tell. What if we put border? It's just me. I'm looking at it too closely. Thank you. Yeah, it's absolutely sitting still. Are you shaking your monitor? Probably. I do kind of wiggle my desk a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't show up too much on camera since I don't have a background at least. But thank you. Thank you for telling me. Okay, so we need to add the loading text message. So it will be rare that this thing doesn't have a text message. So in order to get the text message to show up, I am going to temporarily invert that because I told it to load with the loader visible false. And we're going to pick a file. And so here is the application in action. Again, this part of it, the one where you select a file and are transforming it to an output type, is part of the open source library version of the core data import utility, which you can find here. And I mean open source because I am actually opening it to the public to be able to do contributions if you so desire. I will be doing more work on it. We still have the turning it into a NuGet package, publishing it to NuGet, and there were a few improvements that I made to my working copy of it that I want to apply to the open source version. So yes, so here it is reading an Excel file. And here's the transformation UI for being able to map from our imported data to our output class, CSS class, CSS, C# class. I'm importing a template that already existed. And when I push this button, this is when we're using the full page loader, which is taking a lot longer to display. Oh, duh. Right. And it took longer to display because I inverted the if. Cool. And so if I invert the if again, then we should be showing the full page loader. Dagnabbit. Re-render. Somebody tell it to re-render. We just won't use the if statement at all. Oh gosh. Is it you layout that I need to do this with? You know what? Here's an easier idea. I do this a lot. Style. Debug. It's going to have, sure, we'll take that. Why not? Ew. Why not? Because that's going to be terrible. Let's try 333 with a regular font color. Let's just leave it at that. And it's going to be position fixed, top. Let's do 4.4 rem, right, 1 rem. Z index is going to be on top of everything else. Oh my gosh. And what my debug div is going to have is simply a button that on click it will toggle show hide loader. Okay, so on click will be show loader, which I'm just going to do in line. No sense in making a whole code behind thing for it. if I'm going to delete this here shortly. And that is just going to call our mapper state.show transform preview. Oh, if mapper state.show, not show, dot full page loader is visible, then we want to hide it. So we will call mapper state.dismiss full page loader. Otherwise, we will call mapper state.show full page loader with no title for now, and a loading message of mapper state dot full page loader params dot loading message. Okay. We can't do it this way. Let's just do it as a block then. As a one line, same line block. This should still work. If you are watching this and you're disgusted, good for you. You should be disgusted. Do not, I would not recommend writing your click handlers in line like this. I would encourage you to primarily use code behind handlers. What are you angry at? Oh, semicolon was missing. Apps. Oh, gosh. What is this? Very good now. Dagnabbit. Let's do it like this. Are you happy yet? No? You still don't like that? Forget about it. I'm just doing it. I'm making a code behind method that I'm gonna have to remember to delete afterwards. So private void show toggle full page loader. Reticulate is saying, well, when you don't have a script written yet, I mean, it wasn't going to be written at all. Oh gosh, is this what's missing? I also missed a semicolon there too. So does that mean I can actually write it the way that I was wanting to originally? Let's find out. I was just missing some semicolon. You need a semicolon. You have a semicolon. And surround you with parents. No, still doesn't like that. Oh, that too. There we go. Okay. More reasons not to write inline scripts like that. Okay, so this is just a button essentially that's going to show up on screen for us that we can toggle the full page loader on or off. That's it. That's all I was trying to do. Just waiting for it to rerun. There it goes. Okay. Which means that now we can go back into state. Where is state? Brew. Lab data import state. And we can turn off the default so I don't forget to do this of showing the full page loader. Oh, hot reload, come on. There. I didn't give this thing a class. Bug. Oh my goodness. Hot reload exception. Speaking of exception, this has nothing to do with exception, except for it's a word that's similar. Last night I rewatched Inception again. Oh, such a good movie. Okay, now we can show and hide as we want. Hot reload working is an exception? Yes, Snubble. That actually is pretty close to true. I wouldn't argue with that. Okay, so I am doing this so that we can... The left, right. Dang it. That wasn't a very good usage of my toast. So, yeah. That's not what we wanted to display when we're showing the toast, for it failed. Awesome. Okay, so now we want this showing so that we can have our uploading and or our text as well as the spinner up. So back to our styles. It's frustrating when I'm used to Angular development. That's a smooth experience. Yeah, and like this really does feel like a smooth experience most of the time, except for when it comes to hot reload. In certain cases, so it's not all the time. Let's see. So there's something that I'm seeing happening while the loader is up, and that is that the hover event is still getting passed down to the to any elements that are behind. Is this thing actually taking up the entire screen? Is the container taking up the entire screen? I don't think it is. Oops, we're done here. Okay, so it's not. So for our loader wrapper, I am gonna explicitly tell it to position fixed so that I can use it to prevent mouse events from going through, from propagating to any other elements behind it. And set 0. And then interesting. Why did you inset 0 into the page only? Is it because z-index? Yes, z-index. Okay, I don't like having z-indexes grow too much, so we're going to find out what z-index the full page loader should actually be at in order to be on top of everything without needing to blow this number up to 1 million. But that was all so that I can do an ought on mouse enter stop propagation true. So that when I hover over, you can see that it's still doing that. Why? Data table. No, data table display. And your component. Here we are. Okay, so each row on my data table display has a or an on mouse enter. Oh. Because on mouse enter happens only once, and I'm still passing through any mouse position information to the underlying components. So I guess that means that instead we need to prevent default, which means not only stop bubbling up, but don't do the notify everyone else of mouse position. So on mouse over, prevent default, and on mouse move. Hopefully this is enough. We'll wait for hot reload. There it goes. It's not enough. Do you guys also need stop propagation? No, none of it's gonna work. None of it is gonna work. You know what? We're going to ignore that for now, which means that I'm not going to put this on here so I don't have to worry about Z-index stuff at the moment. But what I was trying to do is keep the underlying table from doing the mouse hover effect, essentially. It's so responsible. You say that. Okay. So instead of putting the font size only on the wrapper, let's put the font size in here. That way it also affects the title. The title we most likely don't want wrapping on. So we'll do white space, no wrap. Did I make the size of this thing in characters? I did, but it should be fine. This looks okay. Yeah, and then the other thing that we'll add is a gap of 1 character. Okay, there we go. So we have now styled our full page loader. And actually, you know what? Because this is a full page loader and I don't want the user to be able to interact with anything on the screen at all, we are going to do pointer events none. On CSS. I think it's applying, maybe. Why? Why is it still passing through my pointer events? Did it even take the style? Oh, it's actually... Oh, okay. So I thought that pointer events would prevent pointer events from here and bubbling all the way down, but it's pretty much just passed through all of the pointer events. So it's done the opposite of what I want. I wanted it to block all pointer events. Is there anything that we can put on it that will make it not there? That worked. Okay, so pointer events, visible fill, and we will also do pointer of cursor. Actually, we'll do cursor of busy. Is it called busy? There's the no, not allowed, but then there is progress. Is it progress? Progress doesn't sound right. Wait. There we go. Okay, so we give them a wait cursor while this screen is up. Wait cursor goes away. All right, so that does seem a little too big for me. So I will make it smaller. Still waiting for the big gamey sound alert to come in after that statement. 2 rems seems feasible. If we assume, which we will assume, that the majority of the users of this app, actually all of the users of this app, have a 1080 monitor with their resolution set to 1080 and they don't have zoom turned on, they haven't made their text size bigger or haven't turned on the magnify thing, then this should be a good size. So this is what it looks like compressed on a 1080 monitor, which is pretty nice in my opinion, as far as sizing is concerned. Yeah. Okay, so the other thing that we want is we don't have any elements anywhere with a background that are black directly. So let's make sure that we have our background set to the same background as everything else. I'm going to do that on card because again, we have to use exclamation point important otherwise. And I think I have, oh gosh. This is in the component library and not in the app directly. Here. O1L use card background. The thing is, do I already have my card overrides? So I might need to do some importing here. I have color variables. What's in my color variable? Oh, those are actual SAS variables. I have table mix-ins. Accessibility styles, buttons, flyout. Yeah, it would be this primary flyout background color that we would want to use. But this is a modal. Right, the modals are in here. And I don't have a modal override in my lab data import utility. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll just do it in line. Full page loader. Wrapper. We'll have a custom CSS property. I should have my color styles so we can import SAS color variables. And this is defined. And then we'll call this instead of, well, yeah, I guess we'll call it use primary modal background. We'll call it card. All right, and this way any users of this library, which will only be me, but if I do happen to move the full page loader into the core library, then it'll be anyone that uses the core library. They'll be able to modify the card background color simply by modifying O1L primary card background and defining it in their own code in root or anywhere in the CSS hierarchy to this component. Okay, so card will have a background of this color. Another shout out for TBD Gamer. As I mentioned before, amazing .NET developer, great times over on his stream. He's working on a few projects. One of them is the professional looking, or the thing that is going to be a real product one day. It's going to be a real boy one day, or at least he hopes it to be, called Liquid Sky, which Dukasoft has given us a description of. And Dukasoft, just know that you don't ever have to feel obligated or like if you're busy, too busy to do these commands, definitely don't have to do them. I greatly appreciate you. But I will not be offended if you can't keep it up on certain days because you're busy. But anyway, Liquid Sky, a project management and planning tool that is going to be just fantastic to use. I've had the opportunity to test it out a little bit, and I like where it's going already. I haven't had the opportunity to provide the feedback that I want. I really only have one thing because he's been addressing a lot of stuff that other people have brought up. So there's that, and then I can't help but think Metal Gear Solid Liquid Snake when you do that, Dugsoft. Yeah, so there's that, and then there is the other one called developers.stream that I have here. Yes. So he has a side project called developers.stream that is going to be a central repository or directory, I should say, of streamers who do software development, who primarily focus on development, software development. And it's a way to get exposure or an easy way to get information about the developers themselves. So if someone comes into your stream and you're like, hey, they're a developer and you want to shout them out, but provide more information about what their streams are about, then you'll have a place where either they have updated it or however that's going to work. It has been updated. So for example, Fullbox, who is not really a streamer that I watch very often, is a game developer streamer that works in Godot, and that's about all I know. But because I have been on TBD Gamer's stream and he's talked about Fullbox a lot, I know that this is what he does. So I put together a blurb myself, and then I use that whenever shouting out Fullbox on his stream, for example. And so this is one of the types of things that you might find on developers.stream, this little blurb. And you can access it via API and be able to add this additional content about the streamer and be good to go. Yeah. Something. Anyway, why isn't this working? Because it is working. The background color by default, the one that I'm using, is translucent dark. I don't want it to be translucent dark. I want it to be a different color. So let's go into our color variables and find out which one we really want to pick, which is probably default dark 2 or default blue dark. Let's see what default blue dark looks like. Ugh. And aren't you supposed to be overflow clip? Man, minute. Overflow clip. Jiminy Christmas. What are you doing? Ew, I don't like it. This does not look like a waiting screen. Yeah, I don't like any of these, so we're just going to go with default dark. The thing is that my default dark is not 000. It is off black. I don't like that either. It's not contrasty enough to bring it out on front. Dag nabbit. What other colors do we have? We don't have any other colors to use. And as you can see, I tried to make any of my component libraries highly customizable. And the way that I do that is you have the option of using Sass color variables. I set mine as default. I use this exclamation point default to mean that if it's not already defined, then use this value. But if it is defined, then make sure to inherit the value that is defined. So you can easily theme and color your components. I just need I need to figure out how exactly to utilize this in a NuGet package. Like, yeah, I don't really know how to use Sass, how to allow you to use my Sass files in your project when you reference my NuGet package. especially for it to recompile the CSS based off of your SCSS overrides. Yeah, that'd be really hard. Okay, so this doesn't work. Gosh, I don't want to specify any other weird colors. Man. I guess what I could do is tell the modal to be default dark 1. Oops. And then have the card background be the translucent dark so that it darkens the modal. But then we have to make sure that the modal gets a background color of our... Thank you. But because, again, we have that inline style, exclamation point important. I'll get rid of that soon. And I put it on the wrong thing. There we go. Oh, it still doesn't look good enough to me. I don't like it. I don't like it. So this is essentially the color that I do want. It still doesn't stick out enough for me, but the user does get the awake cursor, and you can see a visible change if you're paying attention, I guess. Man. You are so funny, Abby Knight. You're so funny. Actually, it still does, but I'm just going to leave it as is anyway. It's not going to be up on screen long enough, I hope. Okay, so that is the upload. We have the upload toast success. The only other thing that I want is a title that I can test out on the loader. So if I'm thinking about this, if we have, and I don't want to think about this, no. While I'm thinking about this, does it make sense to have a title, a header on a loading screen or on a loading dialog? And I would think yes, if the loading dialog were going to be showing progress as the loading message, but the overall process that you're trying to accomplish is what's displayed in the header. So like uploading data would be my title, and then gathering information, transforming the object, sending to the server, saving to the database. All that stuff would be in here as the progress. But I'm not doing that in this app. So instead, I'm going to make use of that title parameter, title property on my full page loader parameters to instead be the thing that I display as the tooltip on the loader. Which is kind of cheating, but it makes sense to me. Which means we won't need this rule. Ever. And I think this error here is trying to add another card header or another card body to the card when it hot reloads. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's what this error is. And I was going to add a thing where I could add a title. That's what the duplicate button is for. Okay. And that just errored. Card body does not have a matching property of tooltip. Of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't, especially since I didn't put additional, like, I don't think I even was aware of the additional attributes like the capture unmatched values or unmatched properties, whatever it's called, on a parameter in Blazor when I created the card component. All right, Napalm, thank you so much for hanging out as long as you did. Greatly appreciate you. I guess that means we're just going to put it on here. So this additional attributes here is the thing that says, that tells me what to do with any attributes that are on this element that were not described in, that were not defined as a parameter. That's what I'm trying to say. Good grief. I know how to use words. I promise. Okay, so let's try this one more time. Show, and it's still crashing. Title is not a valid attribute name. Mom is not a valid attribute name. What now? Okay, much better. All right, I'm going to get rid of the debug stuff. And we should be ready for a full test run of pick a file. Oh, that could use a full page loader. So I am going to add the full page loader once we're done with this process. I'm going to add the full page loader to the file import process as well. And we're going to load so that we have a valid template to apply. And then we're going to upload that valid template. We're going to get our file loader or our full page loader. And it's going to finish and we're done. And we get our toast. There's still a lot of UI hangups that are happening. And it's all to do with this on mouse enter thing. Oh man, Napalm said I took my first practice exam on Friday, 73%. So I'm passing. Just got to get more buffer in there. They're so hard, man. Ooh. Now is a good time to commit, but it's also a good time for me to take a quick bio break. By default, okay. With our tabs on the left. Oh, cool. So the practice exams that you're taking are more difficult than the actual exam is going to be, typically. And that can collapse too. Okay, I will be right back in a couple of minutes. This screen works. Enjoy the music. He runs tutorials dojo, says Napalm. Well, I know you're gonna pass. We all know you're gonna pass. Okay, back soon. I did it. All by myself. Can you believe it? Welcome back. I am One Lion. Thank you for hanging about, folks. Am I saying it right? Oh, I guess are the ad breaks over? Oops. Yes. Thank you, TBD. Okay. A quick rundown. Now that we have gotten that, and I didn't actually do the commit of my project structure. I will go over it multiple times because I like informing people the way that I have my projects set up typically. So no need to take notes. If you are someone who likes to take notes. Collapse everything. So I guess this project isn't really very typical. Let's go to a typical project like RMA Water. If you're new here, I am One Lion. I am a .NET developer who specializes, I'm going to say specializes now, in Blazor web applications. I maintain a million billion different web applications. I don't know if you saw my GitHub or Azure DevOps repo, but the whatever this is called, server, maybe, organization. The majority of these applications they once were JSP, Java Servlet Pages web applications that I converted over to .NET Framework MVC applications. There were 3 desktop VB6 applications that I turned into VB.NET WinForms applications, and the majority of those also got converted over to Blazor. I turned the MVC applications to Blazor as well. We have 2 MVC applications left to convert and 1 desktop application. So RMA Water was an existing application. It's one of them that went from JSP to MVC to Blazor. And now I was updating it to .NET 8 Blazor template, but I'm still using essentially the same project structure that I have from what I got used to with the original Blazor WebAssembly versus Blazor Server. So the way that those used to work is I would have both a Blazor WebAssembly project template and a Blazor Server project template in the same solution, and they would access the same component library, the same shared component library. And this is where all of my UI is. The only thing that I have in my application is I don't even have the pages. So I only have my account pages in the new .NET 8 and above template. So because the account pages will render and get processed on the server only for the way that my applications work, then those exist here. I am going to create a separate class component library for the account pages for all of my applications. That way they can use the same setup. And when I do the single sign-on, I only have to do it in one place because all of the apps will reference the same account pages component library. But that said, with the new .NET 8 and above projects, I get the out-of-the-box main project and client project. In client is where all of the pages and stuff would normally go. But again, I put that in a separate class, Razor class library, aka Blazor Component Library, with all of my routable pages, which right now is only home. Oh, app pages. So then I have the map page, sampling plan page, charts and reports, etc. So I have all of my pages in the separate component library along with the split out components that are used within those pages. I also have an ArcGIS component library with a couple of components that I use from the ArcGIS JavaScript API. I only turned 2 of them into actual Blazor components. this was long before there was ever a Blazor component library that does wrap the ArcGIS JavaScript library, which I want to use now, but this is what this app has for now. So that said, my components are render mode agnostic, which means that you can run them in Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly and get a similar experience. We don't have to worry about multi-threading too much. I move everything to the UI thread before doing any asynchronous rendering. Not asynchronous rendering, but synchronous rendering that might have gotten called from the asynchronous context that is not the main context. So that's one thing to do. But the other one is if any of these pages or components need to do stuff on the server, such as get data to populate into that component, I actually have that being provided by a service class. And so the way that I set up my service class and my backend logic and my middle tier stuff is I have a set of shared class libraries, one of them that has all of the base classes and interfaces, and the more interesting ones are these service interfaces. So if I'm doing anything with LTMP, I would use the LTMP service, which is long-term maintenance plan, by the way. So I use an LTMP service, and my component library, anything that does anything with LTMP, like I thought I had an LTMP page. Oh, what is the name of your page? Sampling plan page, which has the sampling plan page. Oh gosh. Sampling plan. Okay, what I meant was if I'm doing anything with reports, then I would use the iReport service. And oh, here it is. Here's my LTMP. And so my reports would ask for the interface, report display, for example. Anyone? Anyone at all? Yeah, okay. So it's actually the report state in this case, because I cache reports, so I hold all of my cached reports in state. But anyway, I ask for interfaces from my components, is what I'm trying to get at. Then the application itself will provide either the service that can be run from the client, which would in this case do HTTP requests to an API backend, or the service that can be run on the backend or on server mode, which would be a direct call to the server-side services from the component. So it's either going to follow the pipeline of I'm a client, so I do a HTTP request. That HTTP request is handled by a controller action, and that action forwards the request to the server-side service implementation, or it just goes directly to the server-side service implementation. And that way, again, my components can be rendered in Blazor Server, Blazor WebAssembly. The only one that doesn't work is static for the ones that are data-driven. But yeah, that's a short breakdown of how I structure my stuff. I have my component library that has the pages and extra components, external component libraries for very specific or for shared things that are across all of the applications that I maintain, such as in that Blazor Armit's Blazor component library. And then I have a shared library that has all of my shared models for front end and back end, my shared services for front and back end, but the interfaces and abstract classes versions of them. And then my client implementations of those services and my server-side implementations of those services. And that way it doesn't matter. Like I could even make this a Razor Pages application or an MVC application and still use the same component library and services in the backend. Oh, I guess the chart API is not counted towards this. So these libraries here, they'll work across any .NET web application type. The component library, should work with just about any web application type, since you can use Blazor components in MVC, you can use them in Razor Pages, but yeah. One is one library to rule them all. This was extra important when there was the separate Blazor server versus Blazor WebAssembly project types. You could only deploy one or the other, and using the new Blazor web app template, you decide whether you want it to automatically switch between Blazor server to Blazor WebAssembly, or only run as Blazor WebAssembly, or only run as Blazor server, or run as static. But in all cases except for static, same component libraries, same service libraries, and yeah, it'll work everywhere, including on desktop. So I could have a, I guess I can say that, I could have a WPF application and use the same component library with the client services, and it would run just fine. Same backend. All right, so that's that. Now you know. Feel free to ask questions. G-Bone, welcome back. Oh, hiccups. Welcome back in. I haven't seen you all weekend. Welcome the heck on. Oh, wait, no. That's not something I say. Okay, so that was a good break. So now we are going to add the loading message, as mentioned before, to when we are loading a file. I could have sworn I saw you show up on Friday just to say hi. It was either here or it was on the gaming stream, someone else's stream. But I did see you recently just say hi. I could be completely hallucinating though. I am an AI after all. All right, let's get the, the loader to show up. Now that we have the loader in the layout, we can tell it to show anywhere from any other component, because all of the components are stateful. As in, they share this injected class, or it could be cascading, called lab data import state, and this is the thing that indicates whether or not to show the full page loader. And so all we should have to do is find our handler for what to do when we are loading a file. Oh, poop. Which is currently only handled in the component library. Oh, I still haven't checked this in? Or is this something else? Is this a minor change? Oh, that was just a white space change. How am I going to do this? So because I was writing this library, the core library, separate from my usage of it with this specific to lab data import service, I have statefulness between the components in that core library. And one of the things that I do is that when we're using the component library that I created specifically for the core library, I'm sure that made sense to someone. When the data file picker is added, and it's added within this data file mapper, which is providing a state class, if it finds a state class, it registers itself with the parent, with the state. So if it finds, or if the parameter to register itself with state is set and it has a state class to register itself to, then it registers itself. And by registers itself, I mean that the state now has a reference to this data file picker component. And in my implementation, what that does is I listen for this event callback and I do specific things, such as in handle file picked. What I can do, no, I don't think that's going to work either. I was going to say what I can do is make this virtual. And since my lab data state is inheriting from data file mapper state, and I override handle file picked, then when the callback happens, it should call my iLab data state method, and then I'll have that forward the request to this class, right? We'll find out. We're going to try it. Anyway, Gbone says, well, yeah, I'm in a few streams here and there. Yeah, I thought that I saw you somewhere. Just say hi. But anyway, welcome in. I hope you're having a great day. Great week. Great however long it's been since we've actually said hi. Okay. So the way that we're going to do this, hopefully, is we're going to override this method here in our lab data import state. I kind of want to put it in the same place. Is there file reader region? No. What regions do I have? Let's collapse all. State, file mapper config, data upload. And where did I put it here? Thank you so much for the follow. Really, really appreciate it. I don't display the names of new followers because I don't want to make you feel like, you know, just because you followed, you now have to start typing your life story. Unless you feel like it. You're always welcome to. But, yeah, thank you for the follow. I acknowledge you. What am I doing? I'm trying to look for this. File reader handlers. Yeah, okay. So we're going to do it like this. We're going to take the file reader handlers region. I'm going to put that under UI state. There are quite a few people that don't like the use of regions. I'm not one of them. I love the use of regions. There is sometimes a case that a case to be made that if you are using regions in your file, it's possible that each of those regions might represent another class, maybe. So that is potentially an indication, something that this is indicating. But at the moment, it makes sense to me to use. Okay, so we are overriding this method. And Acrylic Hercules says, hi, my life story begins long ago. Pull up a chair. I will pull up a chair. Are you an Enneagram 9 by chance? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Ignore that. That means nothing to anyone, ever. But yeah, hi, Acrylic Hercules. Okay, so one thing we know we're going to do is await. And I am awaiting this instead of just returning it because I'm going to do something before and after. But we will await the base thing. But the thing that we're going to do before is show full page loader. But what I really, really want is to register an event handler for on file read, oh gosh, what did I call it? File read state. I think that's what we're going to do instead. Now that I'm doing this, I'm probably going to change it to file read state changed. But let's just see if this works to begin with. Dismiss full page loader at the end. You're not virtual, you're override. Okay, so hopefully this will just take the method that gets called when we pick a file, send it to this first, and then do the base class logic, and then dismiss the loader. So we're going to find out by running the app again, which I could have sworn that it stopped running at some point when I was editing that, which it did. It did. Yeah, G-Bone says, yeah, I'm just now reading this. Am better. Long week. Been sick since last Monday night. Yuck. Okay. This does not look like a spam message. This looks, I think. Quantum TTV is asking, hey chat, if anyone knows I got an issue with Kotlin code. Okay, you are not. I got an issue with my Kotlin code. So if anyone knows Kotlin and has the bandwidth to pay attention, I'm going to read it out. To put it in simple terms, basically users can create requests for jobs and the boss can accept or request the user. But right now, if the boss rejects one user request for the job, it deletes other users' requests for the same job applied as well. When you leave the screen and come back, it fixes only one deleted. At that screen, it looks like that. Okay, so let me see if I can reword this for you. And you let me know if this is correct. You're on a screen that has a list of requests that have come in. You are the manager, you are the boss. And you're looking at this screen where you have a whole bunch of requests for a job. And these are employees that are saying, I want to do that job. Or maybe it's not even employees, maybe it's potential candidates for doing a job. And they have applied and the manager is reviewing or the boss is reviewing and they say, I don't want this one. All of them disappear. And then they refresh the page or they go back and come back. And really only the one that they wanted to disappear is gone and the rest of them are still there. Is that correct? All right, there is one thing that I said incorrectly. President Not Sure says, I bind against it for mobile stuff, but I figure I'm the only one here that even looks at it. At Kotlin? Oh, don't think anyone here uses Kotlin. Yeah. But this, in short, sounds like it's something not specific to Kotlin. Let's say the requests are cleaning and fixing. If you reject cleaning only, gets deleted on the screen, not everything. Okay, so we have a screen that has multiple requests. Oh. Okay, hold on. Like this is one of those topics that I would spend a long time on Friday streams. We are only on Monday, which is why I'm going to go ahead and just take a quick stab at it. But if I can't get too far with it, I need to get back to work. And I know you were asking chat and you didn't, it seems like you didn't want to bother me with it. And I really appreciate your consideration in that. But I do like things like this. Okay, so we have a job request. And in that job request, we have, so in this job request, are these the things that are being requested by the people and not the boss? Or are these just categories that people are like, I want to do that job? Yeah, okay, so they get applied for. So job request, we're gonna have a job title. So the boss creates it. Cool. Job 1. And then person 1, person 2, etc. Person 3. And then we have another job request on the same screen for job 2 with person 4, 5, and 6. All right. So it's something like this. We'll say job request, just so that it stands out a little bit. We have a font size of 1.4. Bold. Oh, oops. Job title is what I said. Font weight of bold. And the job request itself will be padding order. I don't know why you're taking up the whole screen. Whatever. Okay, something like this. Or are you still taking up the entire width? There. Okay. This is what I meant to do. So you have 2 jobs. These are all people that have requested to do that job or applied to do that job. And then there is some kind of button with accept or reject. Okay. And when you reject one person for one job, the entire job itself disappears. Is that part correct? And then when you leave and come back, only person 1 is gone. But job 1 does come back when you leave and come back. Yeah. So what this sounds like to me is in your handler for removing a person, you are somehow clearing your list of people in state, in cache, for job 1. Instead of removing person 1, you're removing all people from job 1. Or no, actually, it sounds like instead of removing person 1, you're removing job 1. Even though on your server, you're removing person 1 from the database or whatever your backing store is. But on the client, you are interpreting that as in your local cache. Actually, when you receive your response back, are you re-rendering the entire page's, or not the entire page's content? Are you reassigning job 1, for example? Because it might be that you aren't getting a response back from the server, from your backend store or Firestore, I guess. And or you are receiving a response and that doesn't have job one in there. And when you go back to this page again, it does a requery from the server as a get. So what you may need to do is after your delete person is the same process that you would do if you were coming to the page for the first time as far as getting your job lists. So I would check 3 places. One is on the client side when you push the remove button. 2 is on the server side, what are you sending back to the client after it finishes the delete request? And 3, on the client, what is it doing after it receives the response from deleting one person? If at any of those places you are losing job one, or which, the entire list of people for that job, that could be an indication of where you might need to do a new get for that specific job ID to refresh. Like I would call it refresh applicants list after doing a delete. So you do the delete and then you refresh applicants list for job one. And then update your local stores list of job one applicants instead of removing it from, only removing the person from your cache list and then removing it from the server, or other way around, you know what I mean? So that's just a suggestion. I don't know how to do it in Kotlin, but it sounds like the general gist. But also know that we do have Discord. If you haven't asked it there, which there are some unread messages that I haven't seen, so you may have. But we do have a Discord server with a lot of really smart people with experiences in different technologies. Most of us are .NET developers, but you might try posting to the non.NET code help channel there. But if you're already a part of way too many Discord servers, then don't worry about it. There isn't anything super duper special about our Discord. Yeah. Other than we have some really, really nice people. They will not berate you for asking a question. And if they do, you tell me, and I will make sure they understand that that's not acceptable behavior. Yeah, much love right back. We'll try and fix now. If that works, I will share. Awesome. Sounds good. Sounds good. Cool. And then, of course, Friday streams are all about looking at community projects and things you're running into, topics you want to talk about. So if you're still experiencing the issue on Friday, we can look at it together. I can't guarantee that I'll be any kind of help for Kotlin, but at the same time, I do know how to use the network tab to see what you're getting back from the server, and then read code. Even if it's not a language I know how to write code for, I can typically understand how to read it. So you might share your code if you're able to do that, and then we can look at it together. But yeah, I hope it's not still happening on Friday either. Okay, so what we did do in this project is we added the override for the handle file picked for when we pick a file. So now we should see, if this works correctly, the full page loader while the file is being read. And then it goes away after it's done being read. Yes. And nice. So do I want to change it? I kind of like how that worked. The reason that I would change it is because I do have different file read states, and the data file picker, or actually it's the state class that reports the different read states. So perform file read request, I changed the state to reading. And so there was file selected, which will happen immediately, and then it turns into reading. Then it either goes to error or success. So I could listen for on file read state changed, but I won't be displaying any of these other messages. Everything else will show up either as an error just above the file picker or as a toast. So I think we're good. I think this is going to work the way that I want it to. So added file or full added loader screen dialog thing to file read process. All right. Good. Fantastic. And in fact, that brings up another point. I do want this library to be extensible. And so if there is anything in my implementation of data mapper state that you do like, that you want to keep, like let's say you wanted to use my data file mapper state, but you don't like the way it does file reading, and that's the only thing that you want to override, then I should make all of these methods virtual. And allow you to override them. And again, this part is in the core library, so that me saying you actually makes sense here. Oh gosh. Try to save once. Protected. Provated. What even is that word? Virtual. I was trying to write protected and virtual at the same time, and provated came out. Okay, were there any other internal things, I guess? I only looked at the public methods because that's what made sense to look at. But were there any other private? I don't think it would make sense to make the properties virtual, except from the standpoint of maybe you, instead of wanting to have an event that gets emitted, maybe you already have a library that is more like a pub sub or observable type of thing. And so your properties can be auto properties, and then they get hooked up to have the observable pattern on them. That does kind of make sense. And again, this is all from the standpoint of you do want to use the default mapper state with this built-in functionality, but there are certain things that you want to change about it, and not everything will get changed. I'm not angry at that. Thank you for letting us know, Dukasoft. So Irish John Games will not be streaming today because of family situation. You know what? Even the register component should be overridable. Because like what I would have done is registered my own... Well, I guess not. I was going to say I would have registered my own event callback to the file picker. But it's the exact same callback, so I'm not. I just overwrote the method. But still, they're going to be overwritable. This is what I mean by highly customizable. It's probably going to be too many options, but as long as I document it well and have some clear indication of how to do the overriding of things like the styles, the state classes, all of that stuff, then it shouldn't be too taxing on the developer that is trying to use the library. The thing that I really hope for is out of the box, you don't need to add any customizations. You add this one component to your application and it handles all of the state and stuff internally, and you still get the event for when a data file is changed, when the mapping has started, all of that stuff you'll be given, and you get the C# class at the end of the pipeline. Hopefully that's the case. But then I want it to be as customizable as you decide how it reads the file, you decide what it does while it's reading files, you decide how to add extra mappings, like all of the field transformations, my substring logic, my map from some known value to some other value that you want it to map to, be able to override those. So those are called transformation operations. The calculate operation makes use of a library called JACE. If you don't want to use the library called JACE, you can provide your own implementation of the calculate operation. Yeah, all of those things. Yeah. Okay. Highly customizable. So he says, what are we going to do with our last 30 minutes? We added the loading screens. We added a couple of toasts, cleaned up some UI. Let's investigate the laggy. Oh, and then we made the mapper state more customizable. Let's investigate the UI quirk of when you hover over an item, it is taking an extra amount of time. It's actually freezing the UI in WebAssembly mode. Aw, Dukesoft, I can help. Is there anything that you need help being motivated to do? This is one of those situations where I wish everyone could enjoy their work as much as I do, so that for those of you that have to work, I hope there's a lot of you that don't have to, that the world is actually changing enough that you can make a living not feeling like you need to do work. But anyway, for those of you that have to work, I want to somehow infuse you with the energy to actually enjoy the work that you do, because I get to experience that every day of my life. Well, I guess not every day. There are a lot of things tied to work that I don't enjoy, that I get frustration out of. But one of my hidden things that happens is I attract frustration to myself, and I don't want to. Not consciously, but part of my personality trait is to attract frustration. I get a hit of some sort from being frustrated by a thing. It's so backwards. It's so annoying. I'm frustrated by that. Excuse me, Dukesoft said, it's not as much dev stuff as I want it to be. Exactly. That kind of thing. I would love for that to change for you. I want to make that change for you. It sounds like you've been recently getting into Blazor, and so hopefully Blazor Web Dev is a viable option for you to get into, where you do a lot more deving than you do not deving. Like a whole bunch of admin stuff, for example, server maintenance and configuration, user maintenance. I know how you feel. No thanks. Okay, so we're going to investigate some UI quirk. Sound good? Good. So I'm running the app. I'm not just sitting here clapping my hands, waiting for it to build and run. It's real world experience at least. Okay, so when we have a file loaded, regardless of whether it was a CSV or a Excel file, just to prove it, here's a CSV. Yes, that reading file screen is perfect. I love that. User gets to know something is happening on their screen. Look at that. I said it doesn't matter whether it's a CSV or an Excel workbook that got read, but this looks a lot more performant than a CSV. It's also possible. No, this looks like it's even more fields than the other file. I was going to say it's also possible that this file has fewer fields, but it does not. It has more fields. Okay, so let's load the Excel file. What this probably tells me is that it's holding the file that's being read in memory. That still looks just as responsive. So it's another one of those situations where it's maybe like over time. Oh my gosh, why is it working so cleanly now? All right, let's try a multiple sheet. I haven't tried an Excel workbook with multiple sheets in a while, so if things crash, forgive me. It automatically selects data table 1, which is the SX SAMP table. Oh, no, it didn't. It was still on the CSV data table with a picker for changing the data table. That froze. Okay, so the other thing that needs a loader then is switching data tables. Interesting. Okay, and now this data table, oh, and my dockable toolbar has this issue of reloading the same component multiple times. Gosh, I need to start taking notes. Thought it was only going to be like 2 things. When changing data tables on a multi-sheet workbook file read, dockable toolbar gets multiple template icons, apply template icons. They all work. Look at that. Problem is that they are still showing for something like this set of, wait, this is the set of fields that actually works. For this file, which has a set of fields that these templates would not work for. Why are you taking so long to display? Okay. And it also looks like it's lagged behind. So it found the templates for the previous table for the SXAMP. Okay. And UI is laggy now. Okay, is UI laggy because I'm using a multi-sheet, or is it laggy because I've been using the app for a couple file reads and memory is getting full? Oops. $70 megs. And then if we, oh, right, and then hover over. Yeah, so now it's slow. And then different file. We see you jump up to nothing. And laggy, laggy, laggy. How else could I watch this? Clear interactions. Yeah, so these don't even get picked up by web tools as interactions. Is it because we're running in Blazor server? I think we're running in Blazor server. Because otherwise we would have seen the request for getting the user templates. So let's see Blazor WebAssembly, see if we get some actual interactions after loading a file. I really like that. That works nicely. Frozen. Seemingly frozen, I should say. Yeah, so there aren't any interactions that are being caught by this. Yeah, here we are on mouse enter. And how many total interactions do we have? Is there a way for me to see that? I've never used this before. Yeah, let's scrub through this to here. Oh, I don't know how to read this, man. 4 seconds, though, for moving the mouse once. It's kind of redunculous. Yeah, this is, again, that's the same situation where it's like, is this only happening because we're in dev and we have all of these processes listening and doing the routing the JavaScript calls through some kind of compiler check with the PDBs all loaded. So let's do a quick publish, and I'm not going to show the publish process on screen because it has server name, etc. But we will get to the test site once it's done publishing. And because I'm now using the TypeScript, it needs to publish twice because the first time through, it can't find the generated JavaScript file because it's doing the TypeScript build later in the build than it needs to when I try to publish, which is kind of annoying. But then the second time through, the JavaScript file exists when it tries to publish, etc., etc. Whew. Yeah. I'm definitely getting in the habit of when it gets to be around 1 o'clock my time, I'm tired. I'm like, it's getting close to the end of the workday. And it's especially bad when we finish up something that I was wanting to get accomplished. Now that I say that out loud, though. But it's especially bad when we finish up some of the tasks that I've wanted to get accomplished in that day, because it's like, all right, now I can relax a little. Man, I'm tired. How long have I been standing? How long have I been talking? So I need to reach back into the well, pick up some energy. But the thing that I was going to move on to next was not this UI quirk issue. It was building a new mapping rule that is a mapping and value transformation rule for doing conditional statements, essentially. So if the value that gets generated is this, or if the thing that we end up generating causes an error, then instead do this other thing, do this other value transformation, do this other mapping operation. The harder one, I think, is going to be if the results of this transformation chain results in one of these values, then do this other thing. So it's kind of like a switch statement in that at that point in time. Otherwise, start from the original value and then apply this chain of transformations. And if that one ends up being something else, so let me show what I'm talking about here. So here I am in the deployed app test server. Yeah, there's still quite a bit of lag. This is all server rendered here. So the class being updated is happening on the server. That page is being sent back to the client. The client is applying the diff between the DOM of what it currently looks like to what the server just sent it, and it's doing it serially when it's supposed to interrupt itself and only do the most recent one that it found, or that it got back. But let me show what I mean by transformation chains real quick. So when you are mapping from an imported file to your output class type, you have the option of deciding where values come from for your target type. And so here, sample number, I have no idea where this comes from, but sample number could come from field sample number. And then it shows me there's an error for that. So I need to go into the configuration for this. And I see that the field sample number must be a string with a length of maximum 3. And so I'm like, oh, okay, so the field sample number here is actually the numeric value at the end of our fields of the incoming field sample number. So I would make this rule a regular expression match. I would make it a substring. A substring match that starts 2 characters from the end, 2 characters from the end, and gives me back the remaining characters until the end. Just because I know that that's the format that ours will always be in. So that is an example of a value transformation. Value transformations happen to source fields versus a field mapping, which is 0 or more fields that are mapping to an output value, to our output class property value. So here is an example of using more than one field. And of course, this is errored because install code is supposed to be only 3 characters. Just like a lot of things, they're only supposed to be 3 characters long. And this, by the way, the field length constraints are a byproduct of the way that we used to accept the files, and we still do from that one lab that I was talking about earlier, where they give us a fixed width text file, and so we needed to make sure that the value that we get back is no more than the width of that text file's field for that segment. That made sense to somebody somewhere. Oh gosh. So what we found out though is that the deployed app, at least running as server, still has the same lag issue with the hover effect. if we run as WebAssembly, then we'll see that and I do that by refreshing because it's already downloaded the runtime. We'll see that the issue is the same as we are seeing in dev, which is that it kind of freezes in between selections. And we'll also see that it just doesn't render the table at all. I know that wasn't expected. What? I know that. No errors either. I don't know what these messages are. I've never seen this before. But in my data import page, apparently I am getting some errors that say runtime.lastError. The message port closed before a response was received. From what? Line 19. Body. Script. So it's because of my script to turn the body to dark theme. That's supposed to run after body renders. I'm going to get rid of that and see if it cleans the error. Because I just don't want to see an error on the deployed app at all. I want my console to be clean. Yeah, no. Is that such a bad thing? Components, app.razor. And I'm just going to get rid of the else. Which is kind of annoying because that means it's going to start flashing in your face when we first go to this page and refresh and stuff. So I am publishing currently with the change of not having the additional script to add the dark theme class to body. And so we start off in light theme. Oh, and I don't even have my screen toggler, my color mode toggle. But does that at least get rid of the errors? No, it doesn't get rid of the errors. I even control F5, but just in case, let's clear site data. Close the tab. Go to the page manually. And same errors. Okay, so I don't feel so bad about having the script in there. We're going to dark mode. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm only applying a dark mode to my app. It doesn't really have a light mode. I mean, the light mode was there and it kind of looked right, but I didn't actively work on a light mode. All of the colors that I chose for the pop-ups and everything were specific to dark mode. But we're going to call this Saved by the Bell because I was really not looking forward to trying to research why I'm having so many issues with the mouse over thing. Like, I'm probably, if it continues being an issue, I'm just going to get rid of it. It was something I thought that would be helpful. But yeah, with how I would consider it to be enough of a degraded user experience that it would be better not to have it at all, as opposed to being a net beneficial, net helpful. But here we are. So I republished, reloaded in Wasm, and it's still not displaying the table for whatever reason. That's not how that's supposed to work at all. Oh geez. So this is my publish window. Thankfully, it's short enough that you can't see where I'm publishing to. I just pulled the app over like, let's debug this. But I am going to go ahead and end there. Since I did publish, I have to, not have to, but I'm going to rebuild my dev, close and reopen Visual Studio and do more work there. But because I'm at the end of my day, I'm not even going to reopen Visual Studio on this computer, since I'll be working on that computer first thing in the morning. And this is the end of my workday. So that said, I am done with my workday. I still don't know, like, I don't even know if I have anything set up to be able to do my first music stream ever. I'll give it a shot. I'm going to set up OBS to be able to stream to One Line Creative, and I'll try to do music there. I'll be messing with Vital for anyone that's interested in that. But since he's still going, since this is a developer stream, I want to support other developers. I don't want to push you into places that aren't aligned with that. We are going to go ahead and raid BitGamey, and he can take you wherever he's going to take you after. Oh geez, you already. But that's it for my day. I'll be back again on Wednesday at 9:30 a.m. Mountain Time, UTC -7 currently. We'll continue more of this process. We'll see where I'm at by then, but I will take a few minutes to get OBS set up to stream to One Line Creative. Okay, ciao for now. VODs get posted to YouTube, and yeah, that's it. Okay, ciao. I'm cheating. I'm gonna go ahead and push the raid button. Okay.